Hello, and welcome back to another live stream with me, your old buddy, Mr. Moose. It's a Tuesday night, and I know most of you guys here in the States are going to be glued to your TV tonight to watch the president give his State of the Union speech, but, you know, for everybody else, there's me on the internet doing the live stream, because I know that his speech will be riveting, right? You know, I'm one of those people who normally keeps up with all things political and follows all that stuff, but I know that the networks will replay the speech a million times tonight, so at some point I'll be able to catch it. So I decided I would just forego watching it live and do a little farm sim. That's what we're going to do tonight. Anyways, welcome to the stream. I hope you guys have a great time while you're with us this evening. We are going to be working on Court Farms tonight. You know, getting our first harvest going. So that's what we're going to be working on. Hello to Epic Batman. Al Smith joins us. Hello, Al. Jerry Cassidy is with us. John McDonald. Who else? Nate Price. Persistent Gaming. And Wheels 101 is with us right now. And a few other folks. Hello, everybody. Hey, Chase Thompson. Hello, Joxer316. Hello to all. Well, welcome to the stream. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing tonight. Doing a little farm sim and playing around on Court Farms. Tonight will be our first time to harvest on this farm, which will be pretty good. We've probably got a few little things we got to take care of before we get into the harvest. So I will be checking that out here in just briefly. Let's see what I need to do here. The buttons need to be pushed that aren't pushed. Let's see. The stream is up, but I'm not hearing the game because I don't have the game automated. That will fix that. I should hear it now. Good. All right, cool. Hello, Eduardo. Welcome to the stream. Let's not talk politics in chat. Not everybody will agree with you. Alright, so let's run over here to our field that we're going to be harvesting, take a look at it, make a decision whether to put some fertilizer in it or not. Something just crashed. What just crashed on my computer? Oh, it wasn't a crash, it was my... Yes, something did crash on my computer. Come on. Well, this is no good. Something just crashed on my computer and I have no idea what it was. Was it... It was. Alright, so we're gonna have to relaunch Farm Sim, guys. Sorry about that. The joys of doing things on the fly. All right, let me make sure everything's right here. We'll relaunch and then we'll redo the game. Steam error. Failed to start the game. The app is already running. No, it's not. Moron. Again, no politics in chat. I don't care what you think. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any argument in any chat, so no politics. Politics and religion, they're off base. Because all they do is start arguments. Alright. Let's get Court Farms fired back up. All right, if you insist, I will put you in timeout. I'm not kidding. I mean, if I tell y'all to shut up about politics, shut up about politics. Oh, really? All right, so we're back. Let's see if we can get going here now. Where's my tractor at? There it is. All right, that music seems a little loud. Is it loud to y'all? Pull it down a little bit. All right, let's get started here. Hello, Mr. Watermelon. I know who you are. Hello, Nate. I'm doing pretty good, guys. Still doped up. I am on medication for a pulled muscle in my back. So hopefully in a couple of days that's gonna smooth itself out. So I did go ahead and get all the bales picked up. I've got all those taken care of. And they are placed over at the dairy farm or whatever that is. So let's see what we got here. So we got, could use a little bit of moisture, could use a little NPK. Well, I guess we could give it a spray in before we get started here. Let's see if we put we're really not going to get it up very good because we can't put NPK on it. I'm just going to harvest it as is. I'm not going to worry about it. I'll get it right on the next go around. All right, so let's jump up in here. Well, that happens, man. That's part of being young. That and the fact that my streams have been all over the place lately. Alright, so we're going to head back up to the farm and we'll start getting the equipment together to do our harvest today. Telling me what to play. Persistent gamer. Yeah, people who sit and chat the whole time and saying, I don't like this game, play something different. Play this game, play this map. Yeah, that'll get you timed out, get you kicked out of the channel. The stream pretty much says what I'm doing, and if you don't like what I'm doing, you can hit the road. But I'm not going to sit here and get beat up all night by people wanting me to do something different. So that's what it's all about. Oops, hit the wrong button there. I changed up my controls a little bit where I've got my selection to put my tractor in reverse. So I may make some mistakes tonight. I basically swapped out the button that I had for camera change with my reverse button. So I may make some mistakes as far as where we go. All right. Oh, well, thank you, Gunslinger. Yeah. It was a heck of a game, and it was let's just say I feel like I aged a couple of years watching it. So wait a minute. I'm a little light here. Where did my trailer go? Did I not connect it? Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare tonight. I can already tell I keep hitting the wrong buttons over and over and over, and I go. I was pretty sure I connected that trailer up. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just pulled a bonehead maneuver and pulled up behind it, and there it still sits up there. Wow. I got mad skills, don't I? Oops. All right. Yeah. Finding these buttons is going to be fun tonight. Yeah, I like farming in real life. It's fun. I mean, it's one of those things I've done my whole life, you know? So it's something that I enjoy. And I don't guess I do enough of it to look at it as a job. So it's not something that I stress out over, you know. If I did it as a job every day, there I go again, hitting the wrong button, meaning to change the camera mode. If I did it as a job every day, and I had to worry about grain prices and the cost of diesel and all that other stuff, and crop insurance and drought and all that other stuff, it would drive me nuts. Epic, we're fine. You just, you know, it didn't stop, so I stopped it. All right, so far there's canola to harvest and something else ready to harvest as well. Look at the fields and see what we've got to harvest. We've got field 4, field 8. Is 2 ready? 2's not even planted. So 4's ready, 8's ready. 14 is ready, which is barley, so we can harvest here, here, and here. And then we need to start the old and then 20 is growing, so we'll get a couple of harvest in, and then we'll get going. Did weather affect fishing much when you did that? What are we talking about? I'm lost. I must have missed something. All right, this should be the what I want. It is. All right, so that should change that back. No, I meant change backwards. Yeah, I'm gonna make plenty of mistakes today. Not hitting the right buttons. Oh, all right. Yeah, all right. Should be able to get out of here. Oh my goodness. I hate this archway, man. It's gonna be my nemesis. I've already hung a couple of trailers up on it. Yeah, I get used to it after a while. If I can get through without opening that gate. Haha. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good, Austin. Doing pretty good. Y'all hang on one second. I gotta get that up so I can see it. I don't do that much commercial fishing. Every once in a while I will run a charter boat for some people, but that's not what I do. I have done charter fishing before, yes. Does weather affect that? Yeah, it affects it quite a bit. So all right. All right, we'll get this guy started up and grab the combine header and head her over to the field, and we should be able to start getting some harvesting done. I really need to take all this stuff off before we do that. It is just gonna get in the way. It's funny, I put that whole rack up there for the front loader, and I'm not even using any of the equipment out of it. Because none of the equipment I got will fit in it. There we go. Yeah, apparently I'm into the into the act of buying it every time and not really using it. What is with this stupid trailer? Why does it not want to pull? Really? I have to play with this stupid thing? The hitch is too low to pull the trailer. Nice. Yeah, alright, come on now. Quit being stupid. I gotta open this gate, because I'm gonna end up running into these hedges if I don't. All right, let's head on over to the farm. Dakota, what'd you miss? Not much, man. I just got started. Oh yeah, Epic? You going in the military? All right. All right, that'll get us set up for that. All right, back up just a little bit here. Come forward. Grab that. All right, that's good. Start getting our canola in here. See ya, Epic. What's up, Caesar? How you doing, buddy? Hello, Adam. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you, buddy. Okay, what is up with this head? I've never used this head before, but it is dragging on the ground. Is it adjustable in some way? Because if not, this thing's going in the garbage. I mean, it is stuck right on the ground. Maybe I've got the wrong head for this machine, because that is not working. That's pretty horrible. I mean, I can't even steer this machine with this head on it. Let's look real quick, because I might have bought the wrong head. It's highly possible. Because I bought a small header for it, thinking that that would work. Alright, it doesn't say anything about what header it should have on it. Very interesting. Andrew Bridgeforth, hello, welcome to the stream, sir. That's what we've got on there, is the 750. Yeah, I don't see any other one that should be on it other than that, so why it is not right. Yeah, I've never had to adjust the base height on one before, so why it's doing that is beyond me. Unless it's supposed to have the Varios 1200 on it. That's the only thing I can think of. They are right next to each other. That's the only thing I can figure. So 10. Well, that's not good. And that thing's huge. I don't want that big of a head right now. Well. Interesting. That header certainly does not look like it's supposed to be on this machine, now that I look at it. Well, as much as I wanted to use this machine, we may not use it. Yeah, I can't do anything with it like this. Alright, so time to think about a different machine, I guess. Well, that makes me happy. I always love getting ready to get started, and I've changed all my controls and everything else. Like, so not only do I have to deal with the control issue, but I've got to deal with the equipment being stupid. See, if I set up right here, it's gonna hit the ground and just plow. Yeah, I can't use that. And this is why you do more and more testing, and you don't rely on what you think you know before you jump into the game. Alright, so shut this stupid retard down. Shut down. Hello, Liam. Welcome to the stream, sir. Glad to have you as a subscriber. All right. So, well, we learned that we can't use this head on this machine, and I do not want to use a big, huge. I'm not looking to use a big, huge cultivator combine right now. So. Trevor, I know all about header adjustment mod, but I'm not going to use it. I thought that was the header that came with this particular tractor. So we'll just take the canola out of this one, and we'll get a different one. And I will change my game plan. So let's go into the garage, and I will get rid of that combine. Admittedly, I didn't spend any time testing this one out and messing with it any. So yeah, that's my mistake. So let's sell that. And sell that. And we'll pick up a new one. What to get harvester wise? Alright, so we're not using the class. We could use the New Hollands. I don't like using the 550 and the 560 because you got to do the whole manual pipe unload on it. So when I do start using it with course play, it becomes a pain. That's one reason I steer away from those. I like the machines themselves, but I don't like the fact that you've got to do that whole manual unload on it. Yeah, I just don't like these. There's something about these I don't like about them. I don't like the look of them and the feel about them. They're all right. They're not that good. The coloring on them, something about them just doesn't feel right. So I may end up using the 550. So, which I shouldn't even sold the headers since I was going to do that. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to restart. I'm going to make a change here. When in doubt, start it back over. So, yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm not a big fan of those Agcos. I love Massey Ferguson and everything, but there's something about those mods I just don't like. I guess because they're port overs, you know, there's something about them that I just don't like. What a dick. There we go. Same mod, different name. If I'm not going to use the Massey Ferguson, why would I use the Gleaner? I mean, it's the exact same mod. So, yeah, I'm not going to use one. I'm not going to use the other one. So, we'll just get rid of this guy. And we'll go back into the shop, and I'll just grab a 550. Because I did want to use the... I did want to do class on this, so... And I think I will get the wheeled version instead of TerraTrack. So, buy that. Alright. And we can use the same heads on it. And have it sent to the farm. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. All right. All right, we'll try all this again. Maybe I can get it right this time. Do things a little bit differently. Do over. Hello, Justin. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for your subscription, sir. Somebody subscribed just a minute ago and I absolutely missed it. I do apologize for that. But I was tabbed out and couldn't see that. I gotta tell you, having all these controls different is messing with my brain tonight. Not to mention the frustration of that not working exactly the way I wanted it to. Alright, I'm gonna use this guy to pull the grain cart. Hello, John Bayless. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for subscribing. Glad to have you. Yeah, when in doubt, sack out. That's my rule. Now, I haven't slept in a couple of days now because of my back. It's not been fun. Hello, Aaron. Welcome back. I do multiplayer on Thursdays. That's the only time I do multiplayer. Do. All right. If I can get all this right this time. Let's see. Am I enjoying the colder weather? No. No. Can't stand cold weather. I am not meant to be in cold weather. God, you know, I like this mod, but this part right here aggravates me. This whole thing with the forks being lowered every time you get into the vehicle is really annoying. And the fact that apparently the rear end on this thing doesn't want to lift up this trailer high enough to get it out of the yard. Well, that's cool, John. I used to live in Nashville. What's up, Chris? I see you're on. Hello. Alright, hopefully this all works out this time. Need to get a front weight for this thing. Your school's on a 2-hour delay. Is that just so the sun comes up before they put the buses on the road or something? Hey Ryan, I'm doing alright. Little slow getting started here because I've been messing around with mistake after mistake. Feel like we've done all this already. Oh, we have. Oh well. Happens, right? Alright, let's see if we can get out of this archway a little bit easier this time. Well, you know, Ethan, there was a lot of people who came into the stream late, so I just decided to do it over. You're buying that one, right? I understand what a 2-hour delay is. I'm saying, why are they delaying 2 hours, Noah? Yes, I can do math. It took me all of 2 seconds to figure out that whole thing about splitting the lottery amongst 300 million people wouldn't equal 4.3 million. What I didn't understand was, why are y'all on a 2-hour delay? Gotcha. The stream automatically archives to YouTube. Yeah, I don't have to do anything with it. Other than I go in there and do some title changes and things of that nature. And make sure that it's all set up properly. Much better this time. Oops. Hello, Samuel. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so maybe we can get this going now. What was the second field I purchased on Manchester? I don't remember which ones I had to purchase, other than the fact that I know my initial 3 fields were, you know, 4, 6, and 7, and then I purchased 20 because 20 is only like $2,000, so it's a heck of a bargain. So I would definitely recommend that. I think we covered that the other night, didn't we? Told you I'd take the money, and I'd have my own version of Farm Sim, in the sense that I'd have a whole bunch of equipment and I'd make you drive it. Just kidding. If I had $1.5 billion, I'd buy me a 50, 60 foot Jeanneau Odyssey, and I would sail around the world. That's what I would do. That's what I'm working on anyways. That's my end goal. My end goal is to get myself a nice my end goal is to get me a nice sailboat, do a lot of sailing. But yeah, a nice, you know, 60 foot Odyssey would be nice, and just take Mrs. Petite and go sail around the world. Yeah, I think you start off with 4, and then I think I bought 6 and 7, and then I bought 20. Yeah, I believe you only start off with 1. Oh, wrong button again. So how many people started playing Sandy Shores over the weekend? Curious. I figure most everybody downloaded it and took a look at it. Judging from the comments that were in the in chat leading up to it, seems like you guys were really high on it. Well, like parts of the map, it just doesn't do it for me. Persistent Gaming, I do multiplayer on Thursdays on Landy Kid's server. If you want to know what mods you need to go check out the video on his page that pertains to the dedicated server, and find out what his rules are and everything, expectations. It will give you a link on, or give you information on how to get on his TeamSpeak and how to get the mods. All right, so I'm getting a little bit over the edge there. Did I miss a little? I think I missed a little right there. I did. Oh well. You buy me a new pickup truck? I don't need a new pickup truck. I like my old pickup truck. I don't have any issues with my old pickup truck. Oh, come on, don't get in there. Hello, Zach. Welcome to the stream. Bianca, hello. What have you missed? Not much. Really just getting started doing some combining. Getting some canola out the field. Alright, so let's get our pipe put out so that we can shuttle this off. And we'll jump over into this guy here. That should work right there. Need to shut this one off. There we go. And let's see, that's up. I gotta remember what control it is to start dumping. There we go. Period. See you, Noah. Take it easy. Hello, Patriot King. Terry, I'm doing pretty good, man. Hello, Danny. How are you, buddy? How am I doing today? I'm doing all right. Little frustration at the beginning of this stream, just because some equipment didn't behave exactly the way I expected it to, but otherwise doing all right. That, and I changed over the controls for what shuttles my I swapped out my camera view and my shuttle switch. I swapped the two of those, so I keep making mistakes every so often wanting to change my shuttle, thinking I'm changing the direction in which I'm headed. Or I change I think I'm changing my camera view, and instead I change out what direction I head. Yeah, I'll state it right in a minute. I blame the drugs. I blame my altered state. I read your comment, Samuel. I didn't really have any comment on that. How is my back today, Adam? It's nasty. It's nasty. It is not really good. It's actually worse today, I think, than it was yesterday. It was all right for a little bit this morning. Got up and did some things, and did some stuff around the house, and then it just really started bothering me this afternoon. So hopefully it will over time get better, which is really frustrating. There were some things I wanted to go do today, and I can't because I'm really trying to take it easy and nurse my back and not mess it up, because I have messed it up before. and to the point where I spent a week on the couch, and that's no fun. I messed my back up one time. I could not lay down. All I could do was sit upright, and that was it. I couldn't do anything else. I mean, it was bad, bad, bad. And yeah, that's one of those situations where you do that, that always stays in the back of your mind. Anytime I get a little back pain, I take it very seriously. Did I enjoy the game last night? I hated it. It was a miserable game. It was a hard game to watch, I gotta say that much. There were times there when I wasn't real happy, but in the end it turned out pretty good. So I always enjoy a good football game. I think both teams should be very proud of themselves. They each did a heck of a job last night. What mod did I use for the 724 and the 714? It's Ago's 7 Series Fent. I guess that's the name of it. It's the latest 7 Series Fent on every mod site that's out there. Can't miss it if you look for it. And it's on every mod site. Oh, that's cool, Aaron. Congratulations. What's that, Samuel? Not much is going on, Ben. We're just doing a little harvesting of the canola. Just doing our first harvest. Ah, very cool, man. You'll enjoy that. Those things are really, really, really cool. It's amazing what they can do with those trucks. Oh, Aaron, you'll have fun with that. And just, you know, might grow into a career for you, man. There it is. Jeez, because I've never used a JD tractor in this game. Benjamin, I am not running John Deere's on this map. Sorry to disappoint you. I've run enough maps with John Deere tractors on them. It's like time to do something different. Can't run the same mods every single time. I know everybody's fascinated by John Deere's, but sometimes I like to do other things. Yes, it is. It is a dangerous job. You should have to go through all the firefighting training I've had to go through to be a ship captain. It's quite a bit of training because you're dealing with fire on a vessel, and fire on a vessel is a whole nother demon. We have to do a lot of firefighting training, especially working for the oil companies. They put you through a lot of training. Actually, it is pretty fun, Aaron. I mean, you may not look at it as it, but it's actually pretty entertaining. You'll do a brush fire one day, and then you'll come back and you'll be like, oh, we did this and we did this, and it was awesome, and it was crazy hectic, and I was scared to death half the time, but at the end of the day, you'll tell me how much adrenaline got pumping and how exciting it was, and yeah. So, see you later, Samuel. Take it easy. Have a good night. No internet crash? No, I don't think so. Yeah, Pro Mods is awesome, man. I absolutely love it. Though, I mean, I've been driving without it for a little bit. I did a video today that'll be out tomorrow, doing some contract runs, and I'm still playing on the multiplayer server quite a bit. But man, I love Pro Mods. I need to get back into doing more Pro Mods. Now, I gotta tell you, the frame rates on this map suck. I mean, I'm getting high frame rates, but they're all over the board. It'll go from 40 frames to 20 frames, back up to 40 frames to 55 frames. It's just absolutely ridiculous what it is with this map. Landy said he did some looking at this map. There's like a whole bunch of car traffic underneath the map and a few other things on there. Tell you what, if I can't get the frame rates worked out on this thing, this might be a short-lived map. Because the little stuttering is driving me nuts. Adam, what real company mod are you talking about? Are you talking about just one that gives you real companies in there instead of just the, you know, the stock in-game stuff? Because that's usually just Jazzy Cat stuff. You can get most of his stuff. Will give you all that. Aaron, I'm not on a fire department. I do offshore captaining of commercial vessels. One of which is a 300-foot long oil rig supply vessel that hauls like drilling mud. We haul supplies, drill mud, fuel, things of that nature out to oil rigs. And so we have to have all the firefighting training because of doing that. And then I also run commercial passenger boats during the summer some, and well, I used to anyways until I sold the company. So that required I had all the CPR training, first aid, firefighting, all that other stuff. But I'm actually licensed to run cruise ships. And because of that, I'm actually licensed to run cruise ships in international waters, and because of that I have to have all of that firefighting and life saving and crowd control and all those different trainings. So I've had a lot of training in that kind of stuff. But when you start getting into Class A and running passenger vessels and stuff, you really have to get into all the firefighting and all of that. How old do you have to be to go on calls? I don't know, man. It seems like it's 21. I know with when I was young, and I'll preface this by saying when I was young, I was in the Explorers for the police department through my scouting organization, and then when I applied to the state police, I was 18 at the time. I could apply to be a trooper at 18, and I could go to the academy at 18, but I still couldn't go on patrol until I was 21. So I'm not sure what the regulations are for a fire department. I would imagine it's somewhere in that same range, 18 to 21. But I'm not completely sure, man. Hello, Blake. How are you, sir? Welcome to the stream. But there's a lot more to a volunteer fire department than just fighting fires and stuff. There's a lot of duties around the firehouse and equipment maintenance. And there's still a lot for you to learn. I mean, you've got to learn life-saving, first aid. It's not just about fighting fires. You got to learn how to do accident control, you know, hazardous materials handling, things of that nature. So there's a lot more to it than just fighting a fire. Caesar, I could have been. What happened was I took the exam. I took the exam to get into the academy. And at the time when they gave the exam, they were in like a heavy need of officers. And so I took this exam and I scored in the top 99 percentile of all the people who took the test. But unfortunately, there was a hitch in the hiring system, in that because of the quota systems in this country and everything, they had to hire according to a quota, and they didn't have enough qualified applicants across the board to meet the quota. So they had to continue to re-give the test, and it took so long for them to redo and retest and all that other stuff to get enough qualified applicants to have a well-rounded pool to actually seat a class, that by the time that happened, I was already going a different direction in my life. And I just never looked back. And I was just like, you know what? Forget it. You know, I'm not going to play this game. I went to college, graduated college, got a career going, all that good stuff. So yeah, there probably wouldn't have been a Mr. Moose had I gone on to do police work. What would have probably been known as officer harassment complaint. He's mean. Yeah. No, I majored in communications. Majored in communications with a minor in electronics. Yeah, I did not go to school for law enforcement. You gotta remember, at the time I was already working in radio as a I started working in radio when I was 16 years old, so I was already hooked on the whole radio thing at that point. But you know, my dad wanted me to apply myself, and I like the law enforcement thing too. I'm not gonna lie, I liked them both. And I was more, to be honest with you, I was very interested in the law enforcement thing, because I was big on community service and everything else like that. But you know, I did the whole, I was doing radio, I took the test, I sat around and, you know, sort of rode the bench waiting for test scores and admissions into the Trooper Academy. And meanwhile, I was like, well, I'm going to go ahead and go to school and do all this other stuff. And the radio career kept getting better and better and better, and was making money doing it and everything. And the next thing I knew, I was like, well, forget being in the police department, you know. And I never looked back. What are the posts in the field? Like telephone poles of some sort. Power poles, telephone poles, something of that. I don't know if they're collidable or not. I have never tested them. I'm just trying to work around them, just assuming that they're collidable. Let's go over here and get this little bit of canola we missed earlier. No, I didn't major in criminology. I majored in communications. By the time I graduated high school and went into by the time I graduated high school and then finally decided I'd go to college, because my first choice was to go into the police academy. I wasn't even going to go to college. I was going to go straight to the police academy. And then after I finished police academy and was a cadet, and while I was on probation, I would go to school and do criminology. That was the whole game plan. But when everything just went awry, and I went to college, I was working in radio, so I went with what I was doing, you know. So I took communications, which was a total waste of time. It's so funny because I went to school for communications, minored in electronics, ended up with a career in marketing. So, kind of funny. Would I ever go back to radio? I do every once in a while. Every so often I'll go do a stint for somebody, or I'll do something. I was doing fill-in work for a station out of Atlanta for a while, but that ended about 5 years ago. And you know, would I ever go back to it as a career? Absolutely not. There's no money in radio. For just sheer joy of doing it, yeah. Like I said, every once in a while I'll do a stint on the local radio station here, on the FM here. I'll fill in when somebody goes on vacation or something else like that, but for the most part I stay out of it. It's see, I still have nightmares about radios. If you ask anybody who has ever, hey, I thought I hit that button. If you ask anybody who's ever done radio, if they have nightmares about it, they will tell you they do. And I don't know what it underlying psychology is for it. I'm sure some shrink could tell me, but I will wake up in the middle of the night having a nightmare that I cannot find a song to play, and that the station is about to go with dead air. and that there won't be anything playing, and the nightmare will be that I'm helpless in this control room without any music to play. It's a weird one, but I know I've talked to several people who were in the profession, and they all have the same issue. I'm sure it has something to do with life and struggles or something like that you can't control it, or who knows. But that's the one, other people have nightmares, I guess, of waking up in their underwear in front of a crowd or something. Mine is that I'm standing in a radio studio and I can't find any music to play. All right. Whoop, not the button I wanted to push. Push that button. Alright, so we'll dump this load out and we'll head across the road and get the other half of this field. Weird field, it's in two parts. It's got a road running right down the middle of it. I find it odd that he named it all field 4 instead of naming it like 5 and 6, 4 and 5. Well, welcome back, Chase. Glad to have you. Alright. Pull that in. See what we'll do. We'll jump in the Fendt, drive it back up to the farm, unload our canola, and then we'll come on back. So we are 98% full on this one. Did I ever push the wrong button when I was on the air? I don't think so. Well, I mean, yeah, I've misfired a cart before. It's back when I was in radio. I went through all 3 stages of radio. I went through a stage where we played vinyl. Then I went through a stage where we played carts, which were like 8-track tapes looking things. And then when they, made the transition over to digital and computers. But yeah, I've hit the wrong button, like misfired the wrong card off or misfired the wrong jingle. Or accidentally fired off a song over another song. The The most nerve-wracking was always running live sporting events, or when I did simulcast stuff for a long time, like syndicated radio, and that could get interesting because you're beaming a show to multiple radio stations and everything has to be spot on to the second. So you're timing everything out, and that one is that can be pretty nerve-wracking. $29,142. All right, so here's our grain drop. And there goes our first truckload of canola. Is it Mika? All right. What am I doing? Harvesting canola. And then I guess after that we're harvesting barley or something like that. I've looked at it, Al. I haven't used it, that new Flegel field overloader. I've kind of opened it up, looked at it to see what it is. My thing is trying to find a use for it. That's my big issue with it, is where am I going to find a use for that thing? I guess if I wanted to, like, put semis at the side of the field and then just run a smaller couple of chasers on a like on the field one, if I wanted to do chaff, let's say, on field one, and I wanted to use just a couple of regular tippers to run it to the edge of the field and then put it into the put it into a truck, maybe that would work. Luke, there are no commands on this channel. I haven't set any up. Adam, why do you torture yourself playing that map? It gives you nightmares, doesn't it? Alright, I'm gonna run straight down the center of this thing. We didn't have pizza yesterday. I ended up doing steak last night. Oh, that's right. You went to get pizza, and I was thinking about doing pizza. Yeah, I ended up grilling a couple of steaks last night, which was a nightmare. I started my fire at about 6:15-ish, and it took well over an hour to just to get some coals where I could actually cook the steak. It's not really that bad with course play. The biggest thing that you have to do with it is you've got to get your route set up right so that you get backed in there just right for that trigger, because the trigger is so far up into that Flegel. Course play's really not an issue with it. You just got to know how to set up a trailer to back into it, and know that you got to back all the way into it to get it to work. Oh, thanks, Terry. Yeah, I need to keep turning the AI up on it a little bit more. Though I enjoy having them in my dust right now as I continue to get used to the game. Because I have run some races with them like at 100%. And they will just slam you all over the course. So, it's still fun. Oh, it's all right, Austin. I've been doing more combining than talking. Oops, there, I hit the wrong button again. Yeah, y'all know when I finish this live stream, I'm going to go onto my test map and figure out the deal with that 780. Figure out what head's supposed to go with it. I got to go back and find it and look at the download and see what head's supposed to be on that thing. Don't be surprised if it doesn't make its way back into the map once I figure it out, but for this evening's purposes, it had to go. That's my bad for not doing the proper testing on it. I thought it was good to go. I actually did mess around with it a little bit. It seems like I did some combining with it to test out the offloading or the overloading on it, because you can unload it without having to hit period, which is what I hate about this thing, is I got to hit period every time I want to unload it. Oh, no. Cody H is subscribed to the channel, everybody. Hello, Cody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Glad to have you as a part. That road's a little uneven right there. Oops, just knuckled the space bar. Yeah, Cody, thanks for subbing, buddy. I appreciate it. We're getting up there. We're getting close to the 1100 mark. Yeah, Thomas, I like spin tires too. Hopefully we'll play some this week. I'm not sure what Alex has got in mind for this week. Yeah, I just, you know, as far as the stuff I do with him, I just kind of go with the flow on that stuff. I enjoy having somebody that to play with, and I just kind of let him dictate what we're gonna play. He's got a larger audience and to appease. So I just kind of let him call the shots on what we play and go from there. I don't know if we'll do some spin tires this week, or if he's got something else in mind. I know he was wanting Saturday. He was really wanting to get back into Euro Truck, so he may want to do Construction Zone tomorrow night. Or he may want to do spin tires again. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see what's up when we do our multiplayer tomorrow. So, stream schedule tomorrow. I do have an appointment tomorrow with the fine folks at Mediacom Cable. They are coming back out to the house to do some more technical support. I may do a stream during the day tomorrow. I may not. I'm not sure. I would like to do one on Wednesdays at 10 in the morning, but I'm not going to promise that's going to happen tomorrow because of that service call. I don't want to be trying to live stream and them show up because, of course, they will not tell you when they're coming. I love their new policy. Their new policy is this: we're gonna call you at some point, so you stay by your phone. And if you don't answer your telephone, we won't come out. I just love the way they treat their customers. You have nothing better to do than to wait for us. So you sit at home and you wait there, and when we decide to come, you better be ready. I'd like to pay my bill that way. Think I can get away with that one? You think I could call them up and say, look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call y'all sometime between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. on the day my bill's due to pay it over the phone. But you have to be ready for my phone call. If I get put on hold or anything else like that, then I'm just not going to pay my bill. Think I could get away with that? We aren't dissatisfied until you're dissatisfied. Yeah, that's kind of the way they operate. Y'all know who gets great internet service though from the cable company? The company that processes their credit cards. I'll guarantee you their cable never goes out. Or their internet never goes out. Alrighty. Dude, Chris, I'm so far in the positive right now on them, it's not even funny. let's put it this way. I've paid one bill since I've been with them this summer. You know, everything else has been credited back to me because of issues that I've had. It's been that bad. And now my plan is to just be as abusive as I can to them. Because, like, now that I'm on a commercial account and they have to give me 24-hour service, like, I've got a support ticket in because got up this morning and didn't have internet. Well, then the internet came back on after I did a few things and reset the router and did a couple of things around the house. Because I kind of know how to trickery it to get it back on. Point being is I shouldn't have to do that every single day just to get my internet to work. So I have a service ticket for tomorrow with them. My internet's working. But am I going to tell them that? Which they can look at their system and know, but you know, they called this evening and they're like, their little automated system, if you still need a service call, just hang up. But if you don't need it anymore, press 1 so we can cancel your service call. I ain't canceling it. I'm gonna make that dude come out here every single day. They're gonna get sick of coming out here, and at that point, they'll actually fix my internet. Oh, dude, it's like I get up in the morning and I turn my computer on, and the first thing I see is I have the weirdest issue going on. I get partial connection to the internet. All right, and this one I don't understand because it just blows my mind. I get partial connection. I can get on my YouTube account every morning and I can see everything that's happening on YouTube. I can watch new videos that are up on YouTube. I can access my comments and my messages and all that other stuff that are on YouTube. If I try to go to any other website, I can't go to it. The only thing I can do is YouTube, which makes absolutely no sense why I can get videos pushed to me to watch, but I can't do anything else. I can't go to any websites. I can't go to a simple website that's text only, like Drudge Report or any kind of news service or any of that stuff. But I can jump right on YouTube and I can watch Ian's 9 o'clock video that comes out every day, or I can watch anybody else's stuff that has come out overnight just fine. Sit there and watch videos all day long, but I cannot get any other website, and it just amazes me. So then I have to go reset the router, and that usually is a 2-step process. You know, it's a lot of times it's unplug it for 30 seconds, plug it back in, and then it starts to work, or it's, you know, hard reboot it, where I stick a paper clip in the back of it and hold the reset button for a minute and then restart the router. But yeah, I shouldn't have to go through all that every morning. Well, here's the thing, Al. Even if YouTube was in my cache, new content on YouTube wouldn't be. Sure, I could pull up a web page and I could see stuff that was already there, but the fact that I can pull up new content every morning is what makes no sense to me. I shouldn't be able to go refresh somebody's page and see that they've posted a new video since the last time I was on, and be able to watch it. That doesn't, I mean, that's what doesn't make any sense to me. So usually when you have limited internet like that, you can go back and get a few things in cache and basic, you know, some basic stuff, maybe like the cable company's web page, things like that, things that are directly connected to you through your ISP, but not push video content. I mean, that's like, I can't surf anything on the net, but I can go to Netflix. Man, I downloaded a bunch of discs today, and they're absolutely horrible. Like, one of them sticks through the ground. I was like thinking this was going to be good. There's the new cultivator pack out. It's pretty much garbage. I thought, ooh, look at all these discs. It in varieties of sizes, like from 2 meters to 4 meters, all the way up to like 7 meters. Junk. All right, Nicholas, go shovel you some snow. Don't know that I'll be here in 2 hours. Where are we at? We're coming up on the 2nd hour of this. Oh, I missed a lot of canola in this field. And I don't remember sitting so high in this combine before. This Kai having internet problems? Is the Pope Catholic? Only daily. But, you know. I'll have to agree with you on that one, ZO2 gamers. Netflix is like one of those things where I can watch everything that is interesting on Netflix in a week, and then it's all reruns that I've already seen, or old movies that I have no desire to watch again. Never have seen the value in Netflix. It used to be okay when you got the disc and they'd send you like 2 discs a day, and I'd watch it seemed like then they had more new content, or it seemed, or maybe it was you just didn't go through the content as fast. But yeah, once they went to internet only, it seemed like the amount of new content they had went downhill. Hello, Nova. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wasn't paying attention. I missed a little bit there. Missed a lot there. Missed a whole lot there. All right, you're one of those. That's 2 tonight. Oh yeah? I'm looking forward to the Benghazi movie. That's going to be an interesting one. It looks like Michael Mann has knocked that one out of the park. Looking forward to it coming out. I think that starts this week. Star Wars was good. I think Star Wars was maybe the 3rd movie that we went to see this year. That's about it. Which is odd. We usually go to the movies a bit more than that, but for some reason there just hasn't been that much out this year that we wanted to go see. We usually do quite a bit of movies. But I'm sort of like you, Gunslinger. Sort of hate giving money to Hollywood types, especially those that get on their soapbox and tell me how I need to think. That's cool, David. I'll be interested to see it when you get it done. A cool set of discs would be awesome. Yeah, what was, like I got that cultivator pack out today and it had some nice, I mean, they looked nice. It was just the way they worked in the game. One of them didn't even cultivate. One of them stuck in the ground. When you took it out of the ground, all the ground textures were still floating in midair underneath it. So there was a lot of issues I had with it. So I would love to get some really cool disc in the game that are disc, not plows, It seems like a couple of discs that came out at some point, they made disc function as cultivate, or made disc function as plows. And I mean, while you can break the ground with a disc, it's technically not a plow. It's a soil finisher. All right, pull our pipe in, get our head started back up, get going forward, and we'll knock this field on out. If he didn't want to get banned, he shouldn't have made the comment that he made in the chat. Rude, distasteful, and he can hit the road. Read the rules. I have a zero tolerance policy for stuff like that. I'm not going to sit here and try to figure out whether you're going to do it time after time and time after time. Do it once, you're gone. He can go watch somebody else's stream. I really don't care. And if you're his friend and you're going to leave because I banned him, pack your bags. Have a nice day. But I don't put up with that kind of junk in chat. Totally disrespectful. Oh, that ship is long since sailed. His name's so far off the list, it's not even funny. That's the thing about it. Once I ban you, your name scrolls up high enough up the sheet on my chat window that I can't scroll back down and find you. You're gone. I don't have any way to retrieve you from the system once I ban you and it comes off of the screen, so... what combine do I like the most? I don't really know. I mean, not that many of them in the game. I would like a really good John Deere, but there's not a really good John Deere mod out there yet. I haven't found one. How long is this stream gonna go? I don't know. I might just finish up this field and call it a night. It might be a short one. Yeah, that's the one thing, Lith, that I found the other day, and I haven't messed with the seat at all, but that's one thing I noticed the other day was I turned around to back up, and I couldn't see out the back window. All I could see was the back of the seat. So I haven't really, again, I haven't spent enough time on that tractor to find all the ins and outs. I will find all the problems with it as I go along with playing on this map, as I'm using them. Pretty much those are going to be my two go-to tractors on this map, and I'll use the 939 when I'm doing, you know, plowing or something like that that takes more horsepower. But I haven't spent enough time with them to find those problems. But I did the other day when I was messing around doing some stuff. I noticed that seat back on the 714 was the one that I had the issue with. Was I went to back up and I couldn't see out the back window because all I could see was the back of the seat. So yeah, I haven't noticed it. Like today I've backed up a couple of times and haven't noticed it, but I haven't done the whole get in, get out, get in, get out enough to run into it. But I'll definitely be looking for that one to see if what the cause of it is, and see if I can figure out what it is. The tractors are amazing, but yeah, if you can't see out the back window to back up, that's going to be a pain in the butt. Yeah, Alexander, it's probably not going to be that long. Like I said, my back's really bothering me tonight. But again, and this was one of those things where I've debated on whether to do the stream tonight or not, but I've told you guys I was going to try to stream every day. So I'm trying to adhere to the promises that I make. Though there are some days, you know, look, when I stream, I've always told you guys, when I stream, the minimum's 2 hours. And then I go from there. If after 2 hours I'm not feeling it, maybe the chat in the stream is just dead, nobody's talking, or it's a night when it's nothing but knuckleheads and I just don't want to deal with all that, then I'll probably cut the stream short on those nights. Or if it's a night when if it's a night and things are just going great, everybody's having a good time, it could be a situation where I go for 5 hours. You know, it's one of those things. Like the other day, we were having a good time. I was ready to go about 5 hours on Manchester on Monday night, and then all of a sudden the internet just dropped out on me. So I don't ever use my mouse. That's one thing. Man, this field is so unlevel. It's driving me nuts. Keep hitting the wrong buttons all the time. One of the most devoted. I don't know, it's so much as devoted. I like to keep my word, because I think, you know, as far as it goes for me, being consistent and being is only good for me to help grow the channel as well, you know, by being consistent. And if I tell you guys I'm going to stream, then I need to stream. Otherwise, if I don't and you guys start waiting on me to stream and I start not showing up, then you'll find somebody else to go watch, you know? It's just, you know, smart biz on my part. You know, I have to have, if I have to respect you, you know, and be appreciative of the fact that you spend time watching me enough that if I tell you I'm going to do something, I need to do it, you know? Because I know there are other people you can watch, and so I have to decide if I'm going to keep if I want to keep your respect and I want to keep you coming back, then I have to do what I say I'm going to do, you know? But like I said, I'm trying to, the next month is going to be a whole me filling out the whole live stream thing to figure what times are best for me to stream, what's going to work with my schedule. There's a lot of things I need to do in my own personal life as well as do this. So finding that balance there so that I can do the live streams, you know, do some for the people in the States, do some that will appeal to the people that are overseas in Europe, as you know, finding that balance and still be able to do multiplayer with Alex late at night and everything. That's going to be a work in progress, but I'll find it, and it may come to the point where I just have to say, you know what, it's better for me just to consistently stream this time of day every day. And if you can't make it to the streams, then you're just going to have to watch the replay. I don't know if that's what I need to do. But again, it's going to be one of those things that I will figure out down the road. Like, if the part of me that wants to appease everybody, or at least try to do something for everybody, may give way and say, look, this isn't going to work. This is going to mess up we can't be trying to hit all these times and still make it work. So, and then there's that other side of me that says, you know, you're better off to have a consistent schedule to where you stream every day at the exact same time every day, and just keep it consistent. So I will figure it out, and you know. All right, take it easy, Alexander. Yeah, like I said, I won't be much far behind you. I'm gonna wrap this one up as soon as we finish this field up, and take a little tour where I put the bales in, so you guys will see what I did with the bales. Because I don't know if y'all noticed, but the grass field is cleaned up. I did a little baling while I watched the football game last night. Did a little bale picking up, little bale stacking. Try to clean up some of this mess I left in the field while I moved to the other side. See you, Chase. See you, Alexander. See you, Terry. Thanks for coming out. Good to have you tonight. Go over here and dump this load out real quick. Is there a way to turn up the steering on ETS2? What do you mean? You'll have to explain that one to me a little bit. You mean like the sensitivity? And there's a bunch of little controls for that. I will be right back, guys. Adam, you have to adjust the steering sensitivity on that in order to get it to turn a little bit faster. Yeah, I had that when I first started driving Peterbilts in the game. I had that issue. Yeah, it takes a little time to get adjusted to it, to figure out where your sensitivity needs to be to get it right. Once you get because are you driving with a wheel, or are you driving with a G27? Or I mean, with a gamepad or something like that. I had issues when I drove with a gamepad. I didn't have issues once I moved to the G27. Once I moved to the G27, I didn't have it anymore because I set my steering for 900 degrees and I don't really have any issues at all. What button am I supposed to push? So I've been messing around with the controller. You definitely have to adjust your sensitivity and make sure you have your linear movement turned all the way down so that you don't get any forward backwards in there. But turn your, you'll have to adjust your sensitivity to get it to where you're comfortable. Man, this field is horrible as far as level. The combine keeps dragging. Oh, I don't have it in the right place to raise the head. This field is definitely not smooth. Yeah, I just built a whole new rig. I'm in the middle of building a new desk now. And then my new rig's gonna go into it. But I made mine where everything is connected with T-bolts and T-track. And so that way I can, it's one unit now. And it's just a matter of loosening up a couple of thumb screws and then sliding the different pieces in and out of the way. So if I need my joysticks, I loosen a couple of buttons and I slide them forward and they stay in the same place and lock into place. If I need the steering wheel, I loosen a couple of bolts, slide it forward. It's on a track or on a rail and slides forward. And then my keyboard is recessed into the desk so that the keys are flush with the top of the desk. I've got a little board that can cover it up if I need to. But like when I'm doing racing sims, I will usually cover the keyboard up so my hands don't accidentally slap a key and mess things up. But then I've got the all right, David, take it easy. But yeah, but the nice thing is I can pull the the steering wheel forward so the steering wheel is over the top of the keyboard. But if I need to type, I can just basically just give a quarter turn to each of the little thumb wings and push the whole steering mechanism forward out of the way, do my typing and everything, and then I can slide it right back into place. I want it set so I never have to like disconnect wires and everything, but when I need a clean surface, I can just slide everything out of the way, and all of it slides up into a little pedestal that's in front of me that my monitor sits on. So I've been through several revisions to get it to where I want it. But that's the good thing about having lots of scrap wood in my own workshop. I can do pretty much whatever I want to do. Yeah, that's the next thing I'm going to do, Lith, is and I'm trying to figure out how far I actually want to go. I've got some monitors. I'm going to pick up a couple of monitors that I've got in storage right now. I've got two really nice 29-inch monitors that I used to have in my old office. Somebody broke in one day and they didn't steal them. Instead, they took a razor blade and etched into the surface on them, so they're really scratched up really bad. And I'm gonna try to get those reworking, because if I can get them to work, then I'm gonna maybe build like a a sort of a Euro truck rig, or like a, you know, a truck simulator, and use those for my monitors in there. And then what I want to do is I want to build it just right next to my desk and put my main monitor on like a dolly, that when I'm out at my desk, I can pull it in front of me at my desk. But if I want to go in and do some Euro truck or American truck inside the truck sim, I can slide the monitor down the dolly and it slides into what would be the cockpit of the truck, and then use those monitors for things like monitoring the stream and things like that, where I don't really need clarity. So if I can go in there with some denatured alcohol or some Vaseline or something like that and get all those scratches out to where I can at least use those monitors, then I'll do that. Save me from having to spend a boatload of money on new monitors. I'm not going to go out and spend another $500-600 on monitors to build a simulator. But the coolest thing I saw was somebody built one, and instead of, you know, you can buy USB boards, where you can buy USB board and you can solder all your switches and your connections to that, and you can make, you know, your own buttons, and you can make like a key ignition and all that other stuff. Or what I saw a guy do was he took an old USB keyboard, took the keyboard apart and just soldered to the key switches on the keyboard, or the connectors on the motherboard for the keyboard, and that's the way he did it. And I thought that was really cool. So he basically just took an old keyboard and found all the you know, where each keypad connected to the motherboard, and soldered wires to that, and then connected his switches to that, and that's the way he made his. It was very cool. And I'm thinking, I've got a lot of keyboards laying around here. I could probably do that. And then you wouldn't have to go through the whole having that other piece of software that maps all your switches on your USB card. Because if you get that USB card, then you've got to have a piece of software running in the background that interfaces with Windows and tells Windows, you know, basically what each of those switches is supposed to do. You know, Richard, I'm not sure. You know, I know there's like some quote unquote scratch removal kits out there, looking at the internet and everything. I haven't really found anything that's definitive. There's a whole lot of little home remedy things that people talk about doing, like you can go in there and you can use Vaseline to basically fill in the scratch so it's not as noticeable or whatever. But there's also, you can use denatured alcohol to sort of smooth out the scratch, like it'll loosen up the film, that protective film on there or whatever, and you can use that. And then there's a couple other solutions. Basically, I'm going to start with the least invasive one first and try it, and if it doesn't make the solution, like if it doesn't make it where it looks good and it's a viable solution, then I'll move to the next one. And then if that one doesn't work, then I'll move to the next one, and I'll work my way down it. And then finally, I'm like you. If I get to the point where everything I've tried isn't really working, the last resort is to get a headlight refinisher kit and see if that'll work on it, you know. So, and I figured I'd videotape it. Like, I'd videotape each of the things. Like take a shot of the monitors before I even start, and if I do find a viable solution that actually works, then I can put the video up and let other people see what I actually did to get it to work, because they are seriously scratched up. If I get it to work, it'll be amazing. And they're really nice monitors. So there's a reason I haven't thrown them away, because I was figuring somewhere down the road somebody's either going to make a refinishing kit to fix something like this, or the parts to fix it would become so dirt cheap that I could just replace the parts, just replace the screens, you know. Because sometimes those replacement screens aren't that expensive, like laptop screens and things like that. If I could find just the replacement screens dirt cheap, you know, I might do that down that road. And it would be nice to have those two monitors, because they are beautiful monitors. Because the people who broke into it were teenagers, and they just basically ransacked the place and trashed it. They knocked out a window, got inside. They had no idea what was in there, and they basically hung out there and smoked weed and did a few other things and trashed the place. Like, they found a can of spray paint and spray painted all over the walls and stuff. Knocked a bunch of just anything they could break, they broke. I mean, they were just vandalizing stuff. There's stupid people out there these days. Yeah, I thought for sure they'd steal everything in the building, you know. I went in there and thought, man, when I saw the window busted out, I was like, oh, I've lost everything. It's unbelievable. There was one room they couldn't get into, which was the studio, that had my mixing boards and studio speakers and all that other stuff. And, you know, they couldn't get into there, which was lucky for me that they didn't kick the door in, because there was thousands of dollars in studio equipment in there. To be honest, the kids that I suspect did it, and this is, I could never prove who did it, but the kids that everybody around there suspected did it and everything, if their parents knew they did it, their parents would be so pissed off that they didn't steal the stuff and fence it, that their parents wouldn't have cared that they vandalized. They'd be more upset that they didn't steal it and make money off of it. They're that kind of people. They stole a lady's garden hose one time. Everybody saw them do it, and they stole the woman's garden hose. And when the neighbor confronted about it, the dad threatened to kick his butt and told him to get off his property. He didn't appreciate being called a thief, but everybody saw the kid take it. Wouldn't do nothing about it. It's just, there's some real winners in this world. All right. Let's run down and we're going to get the rest of this canola emptied. For sure. Oh, there's all kinds in this world, man. Hang on 1 second, guys. Let me do something real quick. There we go. Every so often I end up knocking my OBS screen off and I can't see it. And I need to keep it up, because if I don't keep it up, I don't see when like a new subscriber gets announced. I don't see it. It's all right, Chris. It happened a few years ago. It was when I was taking care of my dad, and I wasn't going over to my office on a daily basis, and like I wasn't going over there on a weekly basis. I was more spending 24/7 at his place, and somebody obviously noticed I wasn't there very often. So I thought I'd come over here, show you guys where I moved all the bales to, and how nicely and neatly they are stacked up. And yes, I did this manually. You can see I've got all the silage bales stacked on this side, and I've got the straw on that side, and then eventually we will come in here with hay and put hay in the middle of them. And then I'll probably put a mix station over here. I've been toying with the idea of putting in a mix station, or putting in the or just using the feeding technology from in the game, but I'm thinking about right over here in the corner just putting a mix station in. Yeah, like I had it in that Mythbusters video that everybody got such a kick out of. So well, I'm not gonna buy a square baler just to do straw lift. I mean, like I said, I was trying to not go outrageous on equipment and buy everything in the store, because if I had of, I would have gotten grief by everybody about, oh man, all you're doing is just giving yourself everything. There's no challenge once you give yourself everything like that. So I didn't want to give myself every piece of equipment. So I made a decision to get one baler that does everything. So yeah. Would I do round straw bales in real life? No. If that was the only piece of equipment I had, I would. Well, I mean, there are round straw bales in real life. I see them all the time. I mean, if you want to get technical about it, yeah, there are round straw bales in real life. A lot of people do it. All right, so the next field to go to. So 4 is done. We have to go to 8, which is wheat. What if we can get to 8 without clipping a hedge over here? Yeah, I've seen it done quite a bit. Again, it's more about affordability than anything, you know? Oops, wrong button again. Aha, you can't get into this field without having to trailer your header in here. Nice. Yeah, the loan limit stuff is stupid. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. It's a game. You know, they're going to make it so that you've got to do things their way. Alright, so we'll get up through here, get this wheat harvested. I know I said I was thinking about stopping, but I think I'm going to go on just a little bit longer. Maybe get this field done real quick. It's not that big of a field. And that'll give us some more straw that we can round bale up and drive lift crazy. Did I ever get courseplay to run properly on, what are we talking about, Mike? Turn that beacon off, it's driving me nuts. There's a challenge soul mod on the server. Good way for someone to mess your fields up. Yeah, there is. You could go into the economy, I guess, and change the value of it. I think it's in the economy XML where you can define the price, the base price per unit. I never really understood why there was such a disparity between the two of them, or between them and canola. I thought maybe in the beginning that the yields were going to be really low on them, but they actually put out a decent yield. So I really don't understand why he made them so valuable, other than maybe he was making it out as that's their primary product crop or something that they grew on that farm or whatever, you know. Either that or maybe it's just a keystroke mistake that he did by accident, but I still want to get on somebody's server that has the manhole covers on it and just go, like while they're combining the field, just sit and drop manhole covers in the middle of the field right in front of them. I always thought that would be funny. Start a server, populate all the fields with stuff, and then put it up for people to come in and combine. And as they're combining, just sit there and like be in the store and just start dropping manhole covers right in front of each one of their combines as they're going through the field. Dude, I think that would be hilarious. It drives some people nuts. Oh yeah, that wasn't an issue with that wasn't an issue with courseplay. That was an issue with drive control that I was having. Something to do with the fact that somewhere between drive control, cruise control, and the way I was using the G27 shifter to tell drive control to be in forward or reverse, something in there was messing up. And it was basically, if I had the shifter in position to go into forward, every time I tabbed into the game, it was setting cruise control off and making the tractor go forward. So my solution to that was I stopped using the shift lever and I just went to a push button on my steering wheel, and that's what I'm using now. So that's eliminated that issue for me. Now it's just a matter of getting used to the push button thing versus the way I've always done everything. As I get into this tractor and start driving backwards. All right, so I need to go up here, and I believe there's a gate right here, so we can head up to the farm, the back way in. I gotta go jump this load off. And this goes into the grass field back here. I like when you get in the tractor and it keeps the door open for a long period of time. Oops. There I go again, trying to change things and messing up. How am I liking the map? It's all right, but I like I said, I'm getting at certain times I get some really bad frame rate issues that I'm not liking. I got to figure out how to get rid of those. Now, like I said earlier, I will go from 50 frames a second to 30, and then there's times when I'll be sitting there and it'll go from 30 to it'll jump back and forth between 30 and 40 and 30 and 40. I mean, just spastic. And I can't figure out why it's doing that. It's weird. Can't figure it out. And I'm not the only one who's had issues like that. Landy Kid brought it up to me originally before I even got the map. Landy said something about it to me. He was like, well, I like the map, but I was driving around, I was having terrible frame rate issues. And well, I thought, well, maybe it was his computer that he's on, because he is in Canada on a different system. But then I got in here, I noticed them myself. I don't notice them nearly as much when I'm recording, because I record at a constant 30 frames per second for my farm sim stuff. I don't worry about trying to get 60 frames per second, because it's not like I'm playing an action shooter or anything else like that. But yeah, I almost nailed that, not paying attention. So yeah, but I get decent frame rates, but then all of a sudden they start going haywire around the farm, and it's really noticeable when I'm doing the live streams, because it makes the screen sort of glitchy. I'm still getting decent frame rates, but because it's popping between like 40 and 30 and 40 and 30 or 50 and 30 suddenly, and it's like spazzing out and going really fast back and forth between the two of them. Because of that, it makes everything look really glitchy on screen. It makes it look like I'm having really bad frame rate issues, because I am having really bad frame rate issues. So I don't know. If I can't resolve it, then this map will be short-lived and we'll move to something else. I would like to stay on this map and figure it out. So see, like, look at the combine right now, how it'll roll and then it'll almost stop, and then, you know, there's no fluid motion to it right now. But I'll mess around with it a little bit more. Who knows, maybe when I update my video card, that'll resolve all the issues. So but I don't think it's going to, because I've talked with a couple of other people that are running 970s right now, and they're having issues with it doing the same thing. Like I said, Landy was saying, like, he was seeing like traffic underneath this road and stuff, and that there were some issues underneath here that were causing some problems. Now, I don't see what he was talking about. Even with traffic turned off, they might show up, but I don't see them. So apparently the map's just not optimized right now. If he could get it better optimized, and some other people have been telling me they've been having a lot of problems with it. Have I ever tried the realistic roll mod? I've messed around with it a little bit. I haven't ever put it back in. I try to keep my mods down low to try not put a whole bunch of useless stuff in. I mean, I get what it does, and I think that fence got it built into it. I'm pretty sure it does, because I was noticing the other day that at certain times when you were driving around in that fence, you would you could really tell the terrain because of the way you were bouncing around inside of it. So I think Ago has built that into the fence, but it was one of those things that I didn't want to add it in, because making videos and stuff, I've had to like turn down like the ground control in drive control before, because a lot of people were complaining that the tractor bouncing around too much made it hard to watch the videos because they weren't really stable. And so I didn't put it in the game, because I was afraid that if I did, and you're moving and bobbing around so much, that the whole, you know, motion of that might turn people off when they were watching the videos and stuff. I've never played any Star Wars games, no. Yeah. Never really got me interested in any of that stuff. Congrats on last night's game. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. Thank you much. Yeah, now I gotta go make me a really gaudy University of Alabama truck skin for Euro Truck. Which I can't believe no one's put one out there already. I would have figured there'd be somebody who's an even more diehard fan than me that would have put one out there. Let's see. Paul Kelly, can I play more Fishing Planet? Paul, like I've said, man, I can't sit through enough Fishing Planet to make it interesting anymore. It's one of those things. I just don't enjoy the game in its current state right now. And, there's too many things about it that irritate me right now. Hopefully one day they'll work out some issues and it'll be more as to what I enjoy. And I'll play some more of it. But you know, I've tried to sit down and play it and tried to sit down and enjoy it, and I just don't. It's and I don't want to do a video on it and just sit there and bitch about the game. The only way I'll do another Fishing Planet video would really be something like if I joined Banky and Landy for one of their little fishing whatever they do's, you know. That would be the only way I do one. Because I just, like I said, I try, even when they did their little new lake with their little fuzzy fish and their fuzzy trout thing, I thought, well, you know, I'll do a video on it, but I couldn't find myself enjoying it. And if you get into the little gimmicks and little festivals and all that little stuff that they have, I mean, that's cool, but I wanted a competitive fishing game, and it's not competitive. It will never be a competitive fishing game until they work out all their little quirks that they have with it. So it's just and until they fix the physics and a few other things in it, I just can't. I go into that and I play that game as an angler, and playing as an angler, it frustrates me. And I bought into what they were telling me in the beginning, but in the beginning it was supposed to be all about angling, and it was supposed to be a hardcore fishing thing, and it's not going to be either. They have no intentions on it. Why do I keep hitting the wrong buttons? Come on, start up. There we go. I wouldn't say it's a money grab now. I mean, they're gonna periodically put out their little fishing packs and their little specials and things like that to try to make money. But you can still go play that game and never spend a dime. You get in there and play it and not spend any money and have a good time playing it. It's just, where your attitude is going into it can mess you up, you know? And that's my problem is, and for the casual fisher who's just going in there to play a game that's about fishing and that's it, all they care about is, you know, hooking a few fish and everything, and they don't notice some of the other stuff, it's fine. And for a person who maybe has never been fishing before in their life or whatever, but there's a lot of problems I have with the game, like the fact that you can use 30-pound test line, a rod that supports 30-pound test line, a reel that supports 30-pound test line. You can catch a 10-pound fish and you struggle the entire time to land him without breaking the line because you're putting too much drag on the fish. Or wait, the fish is pulling so hard that if you put any more, if you crank the drag up on it, you're in jeopardy of breaking the line because you're putting too much tension on a fish that only weighs 10 pounds, and the math don't work there. 30-pound test, 30-pound rod, 30-pound reel, 10-pound fish. I should be able to crank that drag all the way up and just manhandle it, and I can't. And that drives me nuts. And, you know, I go in there with a good rod, reel, and line setup, and I cast out, and I fight a fish for 30 minutes only for it to be a regular fish, when it was putting me in the red and running me all the way out of line and everything. It's just frustrating. So it's hard for me to sit down and play that game, especially knowing where it was and where it is now. It seems to me like they've gone backwards at some point. Hey Alex, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. James, welcome back. Hey Jake, how are you? Yeah, we're doing a little harvesting. Trying to get these fields cleaned out so we can actually start doing the fun stuff. Plowing. People think I'm kidding. I love plowing. It's like that's like one of my favorite things to do. Real life on a farm, plowing is probably one of my most favorite things to do. Because it's one of those things where you get in the tractor, you're driving a tractor all day long, right? You're driving the tractor all day long, which is fun. Even at my age, playing on a tractor is fun. You're being destructive. You're ripping up the earth, which is, you know, destructive. So that's fun. And, you know, for me, I'm in an enclosed tractor, which with a stereo in it, which means I can crank the tunes up and rock out. And I can always blame not hearing the cell phone on, you know, the motor of the tractor or something else like that. So yeah, I can lose myself for a day plowing. turn around so we're actually going the right direction. All right, get our wheat offloaded here. Oh, that's gonna just about fill that trailer up. Whew, right at the numbers. We'll go dump it in a minute. Hello, Parks Hudson. Hello and welcome to the stream. Yes, Alex, you can plow for days. I love plowing. All right. Yeah, plowing's pretty fun. Seeding's pretty fun too. Like when I see with my uncle and we're seeding potatoes, and you've got 4 or 5 tractors running in a line seeding. It's pretty cool. All right, see you, Alex. Take it easy. I will definitely be wrapping up as soon as I finish this field. I really ought to stop here. Is chat dead? Yeah, pretty much. A lot of people just turn the stream on in the background and just listen. They don't like all the time talk. You know? It's one of those things. Do I farm in real life? I do farm in real life, but I am not a farmer. I know that doesn't make sense, but I have 40 acres that I farm on, but I do not farm commercially. if that makes sense to you. So I do not call myself a farmer because that is not my chosen profession in life. But every spring I start off and plant and do several plantings during the year and do a fall planting as well, and yeah, all that good stuff. But I don't do it commercially. Not so much as homesteading either. It's it's hard to explain. But yeah, it's more for families, to support families in the area. My family and other families. I have lots of relatives that live around me. My uncle is a commercial potato farmer who grows potatoes for a living. Hence the fact that he's a commercial potato farmer. But and then, you know, we have a big farm and I grow a lot of vegetables on my farm, and those vegetables go to feed my family as well as extended parts of my family, including my uncle's family, and then other members of my community that you know, basically aren't that well off, I would say. And having somebody give them vegetables on a regular basis during the summer that they can and put up to help them stretch out their food bill, to help keep their pantry stocked. You know, because I got plenty for me and I got plenty for my family. So what's left over goes to help those who it would help out, you know? And so there's certain people in my community, and I've said this before, I live in what is basically a fishing community. And a lot of the people here, that's the way they made their livelihood, was off the sea. And you know, sometimes they don't make a whole lot of money. And by being able to, you know, give them a share of whatever I bring in, helps them out, you know. And there are people that take part in sharing the yield that actually help maintain the property and help out with the planting and the daily care of the farm. So, because up until this year, I've had a regular job that I've taken care of every year. Oh man, I gotta take that thing to the farm. Can't put nothing else in it. Didn't even think about that. Hello, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing all right. When will the archive for this be up? Tomorrow, sometime in the morning. Yeah, I mean, it's a family farm that, you know, at 40 acres, it's not enough for me to do commercial. And it's not where my heart is. I love to farm. Don't get me wrong. I love to farm. But do I want to stake my career and my livelihood on farming? No. I don't want to be living year to year wondering if I'm going to lose everything I've got on a drought or a hailstorm, or, you know, the prices that somebody else states for what I work so hard to make. I don't want somebody else telling me what it's worth. So I don't do commercial farming, but I love to farm, and I've got the property and the equipment, so I farm. And then what I grow goes to my family. And then I also use it as a community outreach through my church to provide, you know, for those who it will help out. And part of the deal is if they participate in the farm, in the daily activities, and helping keep making sure that the tasks that need to be done around the farm are taken care of, and they help out at planting, and they help out when it's harvest time and everything, then part of the deal is they get a share of the crop for their family. So we try to keep track of families that are less fortunate or in need, and help them out. High school, Zach. What do you qualify as a realistic field level gunslinger? Because I have to be honest with you, I don't run many combines in life, so I can't tell you what a quote realistic field level is. Because like I said, mostly I do vegetables, and most of my vegetables are not done with a combine. I don't do grains and cereals. The corn that I don't do enough to justify having a big combine for. This is the first year we've done mechanized harvesting on corn this year, because I had enough and didn't have enough help to do it the old-fashioned way. So I used somebody else's harvester to harvest my corn this year. Hey James, take it easy, have a good night. It's always good to have you, man. Stop by. I do sweet corn. We grow either Silver King or Silver Queen. Anthony, welcome. Good to have you. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Nice to have you. Yeah, typically I will grow I'll grow Silver King. Sometimes I'll do Silver Queen. It just depends. There's a pretty high demand from there's a pretty high demand for Silver Queen. A lot of people really like it. No, I knew what you were saying, Gunslinger. I'm just being honest with you. I don't run combines enough in real life to know what you qualify as realistic fill levels. You know what I mean? I wouldn't know the realistic fill level on a combine to save my life, because it's not something I operate in real life. Now, you know, what do I operate in real life? Tractors, plows, combines, seeders. Um, I run my uncle's seeders, and I run his diggers. But again, we don't use combines to do potatoes. We do diggers. So yeah, we're getting closer. Here's the funny thing though, and somebody pointed this out to me the other day to expect it. But the one thing I've noticed with the live streams is I'll gain a bunch of subscribers during the live stream, and the next day I'll lose them. Because a lot of times they just do it so they can get their name up on the screen, and they're not really interested in subscribing to the channel. And that's fine. You know? It is what it is. Chad, how is my back doing? It's not that great. I'm on a heating pad right now. I had to stop about an hour ago and go take a pain pill and get the heating pad and get on it because it was driving me nuts. It's spazzing out on me. But yeah, I think it was a little bit worse today than it was yesterday, but it's it'll get better. But thanks for asking, appreciate it. Yeah, fresh corn on the cob is awesome. Yeah, there's nothing like going out in the field and just grabbing a few stalks right off, or getting a few ears right off the stalk, going in the house and just throwing them either right in some boiling water, or I like to take them and throw them on the barbecue grill, husk and everything, and grill them with the husk still on it. I usually like dip them in water real good and then throw them on the barbecue grill. So I have to tell you, Jake, I guess you're talking about grilling it. Man, I gotta try that microwave corn thing. I keep seeing that video where the lady microwaves the ear of corn and then just cuts the ends off of it and squeezes it right out of there. I gotta try that one day and see what that's all about. Yeah, that was the thing I was worried about. Is nuking it in the microwave might take away some of the flavor. I could have sworn I just told it to put my pipe out. Of course, I didn't pull close enough to the combine, though it looks like it's right there at it. Maybe I'm not far enough up. See if that does it. There we go. Do they use grain carts in Europe like they use in the US? Are you talking about the ones that belly loaders? Whoa. Well, it's not y'all's end, it's YouTube. Yeah, I'm just looking. It's still up on my screen, but the my little health stream from YouTube says that it's really low or really bad. But that I never know with them. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I'm just checking back and forth with the stream to see why I'm getting these issues, but like I say, everything on my end is green and everything is good. There's no drop frames, everything's in sync and running, but on YouTube's end, something's messing up because I'm getting a warning from them. I'm not going to say your name. The only time you've said anything in the stream is to ask for me to do a shout out. I don't do shout outs. They don't add anything. And if you don't like that, then you can leave. I really don't care, man. If you want to carry on a conversation, that's one thing. But But if you're just going to sit in the stream and beg for shout outs, hit the road. Saying somebody's name in a stream does nothing for anybody other than you. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. Yeah, I just saw somebody say something about their video stopped, and I looked up to see what was going on, and I see this big red bar, and then I looked into the rest of the stream issues, and it's telling me all these warnings about low video signal and all this. It's you know, it's one of those things. We're good about that, Jacob. We're good about making people hungry in this stream. We tend to talk about food quite often. Somehow every night the conversation turns to food. Especially when people start asking about growing things on the farm, and somehow that ends up into a conversation about preparing certain things, and yeah, we usually get into a conversation about that. Food tends to make its way into every stream somehow, and we end up making everybody hungry. Yeah. People learn. People will learn. Y'all have at least learned that much. I think pretty much everybody in the stream pretty much knows that if you just come in and say hi to me, I'm gonna say hi to you back. And I try to catch most of the comments, except for when I'm doing something that really catches my attention. Y'all, I downloaded all the new first day reviews, mods, all of his new forestry, or all of his updated forestry stuff. I'm going to try to teach myself how to run his equipment, which is going to be interesting, so I can start doing some more forestry stuff and not do the same old Ponzi thing. But he's got some really, like, his grapples and stuff. He's able to pick up 5-6 logs at a time with his grapples, and it's awesome, and I want to be able to do it. But the controls are so backwards on that thing to me, because he uses cat controls, and it messes with my mind. But I got to figure it out, because I want to use that grapple, mainly the grapple. I could care less about the feller buncher and all that other stuff. But it might as well, if I'm going to learn one of them, I might as well learn all of them. Comparing this to Farmville, come on, man. That's like comparing, wait, what can I compare that to? That's like comparing a Ford to you know, like a little Tykes kid's little wagon thing, right? I mean, that's like comparing the automobile to something you give a 4-year-old. Come on now. Can you spray crops with pesticides? Yes. As long as, now if you're using the soul mod, you have to use the soul mod. and as long as you use the proper pesticide. So you'll need to look at, like, if you go and do a search for soul mod and farm sim soul mod, it'll usually give you the link to FSUK and to the page on there, and you just need to go in there and check all of that. Yeah, Chris, I know I could go in there and who said that? I think it oh yeah, Gunslinger. If you go watch a real logging operation and watch them do it, I mean, that's been my complaint from the word go with this whole game is on the forestry side of it is you don't pick up one log at a time. If you watch what some of these log grapples at a log mill and stuff, they pick up truckloads of stuff at a time. I mean, they don't mess around. But yeah. No, come on, man. A Ford and a Chevy are at least common, and they at least share some same characteristics. Comparing this game to Farmville, I mean, that's like comparing a sprint car to the Flintstones truck or car. Chris, if I change the input bindings, though, it's going to change the rest of the game. That's the problem. Is I want everything to be on the same input bindings so that they match, so that whatever vehicle you get in, you do it the same way. I'm just going to have to teach myself his equipment and how it's set up so that my mind functions properly. If I go and change all the input bindings, it's going to mess me up when I'm running any other piece of equipment that's modded the same as the rest of the farm sim stuff is, Yeah, Pinto versus the Judge. Where are we at? 99% on that one. We're about done with this field. Oh, get my camera back over here where I can see what I'm doing. Oh, little wide. As far as feeding technologies, I don't know. What do you guys want to see? What kind of feeding technology do y'all want me to use? I mean, I'm thinking about just putting in the old mixing station and using it. It's the easiest thing to do. No, I don't have a map right now that has the automated station on it yet. I messed around with it on one of the maps just to mess around with it and see how it was. and see how it all works, but I don't have it on any of my maps. I had thought about picking up one that did have it on there, but again, it's just one of those, it's one of those things. What mod is it adds the mixing station next to the cow pens in FS15? Depends on what mixing station you're talking about, Mike. Are you talking about the automated one, or are you talking about the Maru mixing station where you put it in there, fill it up, and it mixes everything together and you drive underneath it with a trailer and dumps out all the mixing in there? Or yeah, Chris, that's the automated one that came out from I want to say it's Mods Most Wanted or one of those guys, but yeah, it was on Holzhausen was the first place I saw it come out. And I messed around with it on Holzhausen for a little bit, but you know, I'm not going to change maps just to play with that thing. And it's not placeable. It has to be configured into the map, so you got to use a map editor to go in there and put it in. So it's not one of those things I'm going to mess with. Sergeant Diamond, welcome to the stream and thank you for your subscription. Very nice to have you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy the channel, and I hope you will become active in chat. Mike, the one that you're talking about is it's on Maru's website at maru.net, marhu.net. I think it's called Mix Station. I think it's like MICH. It's all German. But yeah, just go to his website. You'll see it there in the mod section there. Hey, I told you to go back up, not to go forward. Hello, Sergeant. Yeah. All right, let's jump into this guy, go dump him real quick. It's even listed in my mod spreadsheet. It's in the spreadsheet, and it even says Maru's Mix Station or something like that, with a link to it. Oops, hit the wrong button there. And then, but like I said, if you go to Maru's site, it's right there for you. marhu.net. Yeah, it's on every website. You're right. Yeah, Chris, that's about it. MISCH. Well, now that you know, it shouldn't be too hard to find. It can be shoot in the dark if you don't know what you're looking for. That's cool, Jake. Well, if you do, I'll end up having to say your name, say your name, say your name. Man, I gotta get track IR running again. I haven't even messed with that thing yet. Just for the fact that somebody told me it uses 2 joystick slots. But I really want to start using it again in this thing. Might mess with that a little bit tomorrow. See if I can get it running again. Pipe out. All right. Whew, Mike, this got to be killing you. $894 mods, sir. That's a whole lot of mods. How long does it take you to load a map? Half an hour? I appreciate that, Jake. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Hey, good to hear, Cody. So is your wheel working now or what? I need to go in and purge some out of mine. There's some that I've got that I never use anymore. Oh, that's cool, Cody. Good to see you're back up and running. I don't think the game really has a limit, Mike. It's all scripts that it's going to load in. But eventually it's just going to make it run like junk. So I'm really curious to start resetting all these fields and start getting everything going, because I want to see if I have any problems with the soil mod on this map having any kind of balance issues like I'm having on Manchester. I'm curious to see what happens. See if I get any crazy spikes in like in my nitrogen level or anything. I use a G27. Yeah, I just can't be bothered to buy a steering wheel that does one thing. Well, good luck with that, Chris. It's going to be expensive. I don't know if you've noticed it or not, the price on the G27s have gone through the roof. Whereas I used to get them for about 188 bucks. They're around $299 now. The price has jumped on them considerably. But I wish you the best on that one. I don't like the G29. I've been looking at it. It's just, I don't like the design of it. There's too many buttons on it. I want my wheel to look like a wheel. Alright, back up here a little bit, pipe out. That animation's cool, but it does get a little annoying. If I'm in the right place. I am. How about that? Alright. Tab into that one. Hit the button. Alright, just a little bit more and we'll have this field done. Oh, it doesn't have combined pedals on there? What's up, Fatal? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. I think you're new. I don't think I've seen you before. So people are having issues with it with no combined pedals. That could be a problem with some games. This one would be one of them. Well, I mean, it looks like something that'd be more. I mean, they're sort of kind of going after like the steering wheel of a Ferrari with that sport shift knob down there in the bottom right hand of it and everything else, and it almost seems like they've designed it more for console than they have anything. It's it looks like it's more designed so the people playing on console will have all their little, you know, buttons and thumb pads and all that other stuff, so makes sense. Yeah, Ringwoods has always been a really nice map. I remember reviewing it when it very first came out in beta, and it was really nice then, and they've done a lot to it since then. Kind of thrown the kitchen sink into it. It's nice. George Bush, what's going on, Mr. Bush? Are you W or are you HW or which one are you? Just kidding. I'm a big fan of yours, George Bush. I've signed many a UPS packages with your name. Credit card receipts too. I've signed your name to many a credit card receipts too. Because no one ever checks. I just sign whatever. So for the longest time it was George Bush. Mr. President. See, Here's the problem with that, though. I don't feel like just because you held the office, you're always the president. See, you're former president, but not Mr. President. Mr. President, to me, is the current president. I think the current president deserves that respect and honor of being the president and Mr. President. I feel like when you refer to the former president as the former president, I don't think you should, just because you had that office one time, doesn't mean you're forever labeled with that office. I mean, I was once vice president, but people don't refer to me as Mr. Vice President every time I turn around. So yeah. Don't start on politics in the stream. This is not a politics, this is a title thing. But we don't discuss politics and religion in the stream because it will start arguments. But yeah. I think when you step down from an office, that goes away from you. A title is something that is bestowed to you while you're there. If you want to say this is the former Secretary of State, or the former president, or the former vice president, or former governor, or former senator, I think that's fine. But let's not go down the road of, okay, well, you were once this, you're forever this. I don't think that's right. Yeah, I don't believe that one's right either, but you know, hey. I don't know. I don't have a problem with the Secret Service detail. I'm sure they made plenty of decisions in their life that they're going to have to deal with for the rest of it, so. I guess once you bomb somebody's country, you probably need protection for the rest of your life. So I ain't got a problem with that. Hey Paul, FYI, that's a good way to get put in timeout. Just so you know. And that's not that I'm mean about it, it's just I have it set up. So if you do excessive symbols, you will get put in timeout. It's just to keep people from spamming. Yeah, but Paul, if I don't put protection up there, the stream will get just overrun with it. And then nobody will be able to see anything but some jerk spamming symbols. Know what I mean? How did I like Alabama winning last night? I was really disappointed that they just didn't go in there and stomp Clemson into a bloody... No, I'm just kidding, man. Of course I loved it. That was great. I enjoyed it for about 15 seconds last night. It's one of those things that you really, you know, it's awesome and you're really happy for those guys, and then it wears off pretty quick and you're like, well, tomorrow's a whole new day and there's more important things in life than who won the football game last night. Paul, why'd you have to go and say that, dude? No swearing. Read the rules there, buddy. I'm going to put you in timeout. I'm going to let you think about that for a little bit. Do it again and you'll be gone. Bye-bye. I can't decide whether you're just not reading the rules or if you're trying to be funny. I can be real funny though. I can be real funny like, ha ha, you gone. A gunslinger, what is NDSU? Who would that be? I got no clue. I know who Jacksonville State is. Oh, it was an amazing game. I will say this. Everybody who bought tickets and went got their money's worth. And for everybody who, you know, doesn't like defense or whatever and all that other stuff, or I mean they got a heads up game. They got an awesome game last night, so North Dakota State University. I got you. Is that like a party college or is that just a, or what? Let me tell you a little secret about Jacksonville. Jacksonville is nothing but a party college. It is like, you know, well, it's Jacksonville State. But, yeah. The fact that them guys can walk on and play football week after week is amazing to me. And somehow every year they seem to like be in that championship game. I can't figure that one out because that is like, I'm seriously, that's like party central that college is. They've been like voted like party college so many times it's not even funny. Oh, that's cool, man. I will get to it, William. I got too many irons in the fire right now. I just got to get my schedule stabilized and then I'll work it in. Because it's going to be like 30-minute videos, 40-minute videos. It'll be like little videos that I'll do. It's not going to be any kind of major thing. It's just going to be me messing around on a map with a whole bunch of old tractors and stuff. Hey, Cody. What's happening? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here's the problem, Gunslinger, and I don't mean any disrespect to NDSU football. I don't like FSC football. I really don't. I mean, the deal is it's a step below everything else. It's just doesn't do anything for me. It's not on the same caliber. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. That's just the way it is for me. It doesn't do anything for me to watch those games. It's not the same caliber football that I'm used to watching on a week in and week out. Favorite college team is Alabama. That goes without saying. NHL or NFL team. I don't watch the NFL, so I don't have a favorite NFL team. I've had this discussion before. I don't like it. I don't like NFL football. To me, it's, I don't know. Again, I grew up in an area where we didn't have an NFL team. All we had was college football, and our college football was pretty darn good. And so we all, we watch college football all the time. So, and that's always been my thing. I've always been into college football. And, college football never goes on strike. College football players play it for the, more for the love of the game. So, all right, Chris, take it easy. I'm about done myself here. Now that this field is harvested up, we can get out of here. Oh, I must have pulled too far away from it. Alright, we'll fix that. It's full again. Oh well, I gotta drive this one over to the farm and come back. I'll save that for another day. I'll save the round bales for another day. We'll do those on another time. But I'm going to. Unless I go get a little square bale mod. There is one little cool one I like, but it just doesn't fit this map. I'm going to use it on that vintage map. There's one that just uses really small square bales. And it's more of an old school baler you'd see on a small farm. I like it. I know you are. I know you're just funning with me. My tractors are starting to get nice and dirty. Someone will comment soon, how come you don't watch your tractors? I kind of like these trailers. the modeling on them's pretty darn good. All right, Cody, take it easy. Have a good night. I will see you again soon. Glad to see you got your computer up and running. Exactly. Well, it's not necessarily dirt protects the paint, it's mud. Mud protects the paint. Keeps down the UV fade. Yeah, I think they're poured overs. I think it's bale modding did them. They're pretty good though. Yeah, it's getting up on midnight. I need to go see what Alex is live streaming. Can't believe I ended up doing a 4.5 hour live stream tonight. All right. Jake, next stream will probably be tomorrow night, like around 11 o'clock ish, something like that, or 10:30 ish, because tomorrow's multiplayer with Alex, so it'll probably be then. All right, I'm gonna leave these guys in the field. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up for today. Well, I'm gonna take this other one to the back to the farm and dump it because we're done with wheat. But we will pick up here when we come back. We still got a barley field to harvest as well as corn to harvest, and then we'll get back into the whole planting and playing with the spool mod. So that'll be in our next Port Farms stream. Which I don't know when that'll be, but I'll figure it out. I think what I'm going to end up doing is doing Court Farms on Sundays and Tuesdays, and then doing Manchester on Mondays. I don't know. I might do, when I get to where I'm doing a regular stream every day, it'll be easier to work out. By not doing a stream tomorrow because of the cable guys, that kind of messes me up. Because like I said, I'd like to do a stream during the day on Wednesdays, and then come back and do the late night stream with Alex. Thank you, H. Matt. Thanks a lot, man. All right, guys. Again, thanks a lot for coming out. Thanks for being part of the stream tonight. Enjoyed it. Hope you guys did too. If you missed any part of it, it will be archived and up on for you guys tomorrow. It'll take a few hours for it to get processed before I can put it back up. But I will get that thing up for you, and you guys can watch it then if you missed any part of it. And again, thanks to everybody for coming out this evening. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. If you're watching on the archive, Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you made it this far, really thank you. And of course, like the video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe. I'll do a new one tomorrow. Euro truck video coming your way during the day on Wednesday. So take it easy, guys. Have a great night. Again, thanks for everybody for hanging out. You guys are awesome, and it's always fun and a pleasure. We will see you sometime tomorrow, if not early during the day. I will see you tomorrow night late around 10:30ish for the multiplayer stream. See you guys, and I will blame Dan for us stopping. Take it easy, guys. Have a good night. Thank you, Michael Norman. You are our last sub of the night. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining, and thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it so very much. All right, night, guys.
Our tender turkey breast sandwich with all white breast meat, no artificial preservatives, is hard to resist, even for us.
You ate all the turkey for our Rhode Island market.
How am I supposed to do quality control if I can't eat the product?
You work in accounting.
The tender turkey breast sandwich from the Subway Sandwich Shop.
Our tender turkey breast sandwich with all white breast meat, no artificial preservatives, is hard to resist, even for us.
You ate all the turkey for our Rhode Island market.
How am I supposed to do quality control if I can't eat the product?